we're back. Okay, is this working maybe now? Okay, cool. All is well. I'm sitting around, my back hurts, my stomach hurts, my knee hurts. But I'm looking at stuff like trying to just let my back heal after some stress that I gave it, I guess. Apparently. Looking at shallograms, looking at the earth, and I was like, I should just stream. Maybe I'll just stream for a while. Slow and casual about it. It might be constipation, I don't know, like all related. I also had a pilonidal cyst on my tailbone when I was like a teenager that I never like got treated. That might be just generally applying a pressure. I don't know. I wonder. I'm like, no doctor's ever looked at it to like give me a medical opinion on if I'm just like envisioning things that are not there, or because I mean they certainly confirmed the cyst was there, but that was like years ago, and then it went away when I lost weight, and nothing ever happened, but it was maybe still having effects that I literally couldn't walk very well when I was like 18. One time I had to like lay in bed for like a whole day just abruptly. I don't like it ended up being probably the cyst. And when the cyst went away, the problem went away. Or at least like when my weight stretching the issue, like the pilonidal cyst is like a more prominently occurs in hairy men because of the hair that runs down their backs during showers. Apparently it's kind of nasty. That like nestles in the crevice of their ass at the top, at the tailbone, and like manages to irritate the area and like work its way into the body somehow. I don't know how true it all is, but I've certainly like pulled clumps of hair out not recently. It's fucking nasty. I'm talking about nasty shit, but I think that's probably a driving force of the back issues, that like it's just applying a pressure to my spine. Also, constipation seems to be kind of prevalent in my recent history. That's also the issue with my knee, is a cyst, apparently. I saw a doctor, and he's like, it's a cyst. I'm like, oh. I thought it was like a bone from running. I was like, well, I ran marathons. Well, a marathon. But like ran that amount of distance and fucked up my legs pretty bad. I could see like some bone fragments kind of working their way out and irritating now. But he said it was a cyst. I'm like, alright, if you insist. Still fucking hurts though. Oh my god. Like pressure at the worst spot. I can't even kneel anymore on my right knee. I can only kneel on my left knee. It's a fucking cyst right there at the pressure point. And it like radiates into my knee. And it's gotten worse. Like I thought it was a mosquito bite, and it wouldn't go away. That's how it started. And then I'm like, this thing won't go away. What the fuck is up with this mosquito bite? Some fucking Bill Gates mosquito bit me, And that shit infected me with Bill Gates mosquito infection shit down here in Florida. Like, it was a mosquito bite as far as I'm concerned. That's what I saw it as, like, from day one of noticing it, and then it just wouldn't go away. I don't know. I don't remember, like, scratching it per se, I guess. So maybe I just took it for one. But the timing was a little odd. It was certainly around the time of Bill Gates releasing mass mosquitoes to the area. Oh my god. Frostbite on stream? What the fuck? Oh, is that dude that you watch outside? I feel like you showed me him before. Oh my god. I don't remember the circumstances exactly. That is fucking crazy. Is he like okay? Or is he just like back in the same place? Kinda just without his leg. Streaming still, hoping something like saves the situation. Which I totally understand, but Lord, that fucking sucks. It's certainly trivial next to what a lot of people have experienced. Possibly things I will experience, etc. But it's fucking also not trivial because it's really influential in my life. Especially the back pains. They're like, oh my god. Like, and this is different than before, and it might be from disc golf, honestly. A combination of the circumstances. Like, I knew I was running a risk of hurting my spine. That was already a high risk of, like, being inflamed or fucked up. And I think I bent over, and like it's definitely related to picking shit up in a poor manner and sedentary lifestyle and all those kinds of things. On top of the cyst that I think is like I feel around my back and it doesn't feel even in that area. Like it feels like there's a lump that's like right to the left of my spine at the tailbone. Like I might just be making it up, but I don't know. I know I had a cyst though, and I know it fucking like still is causing issues, or possibly. And it only makes sense that it would be related to all these symptoms I have. Because I do feel like fucking too old for my age. Like, this is not normal. This is not how I should be at 39. Even for someone living my general lifestyle. Like, it's still something is awry. I have been, though, that's the thing. I think I also was feeling so good that I kind of risked was like, oh, disc golf, pa-cha, pa-cha. Just throwing the disc over and over. Like, I played like 5 days in a row. It wasn't then that it hurt, though. It wasn't until I picked up some boxes and kind of tweaked my back, I think. and then went and played disc golf like the day after, and then had pains like immediately and kept playing to finish like 20 holes or whatever on a par 3. But still, like, I suck and I try to throw hard sometimes. And definitely, like, the stress goes to my spine in ways that it probably shouldn't. And, like, if someone knows how to throw a damn disc right, like, I try to keep my hips and torso in line to reduce stress on my spine, but it's, like, still hard to do it all the time. And, like, when it's not feeling bad, I don't do it sometimes. Yeah, I gotta get moving though, but it's like a double-edged sword. I just can't move too much. I get even more stuck in. I gotta almost like softly move out of the. Yeah. I mean, I have been. This is probably just a setback ultimately. That in the present looks worse, like, because I don't know what the future is gonna be like. I've definitely hurt my lower back, where it would hurt for like weeks and then just kind of fade. Like picking up a suitcase once. Oh man, I think I like slipped a disc or something. Something seemed not good. So there's stuff like that too that might be like at play, or it's just not in the best condition. I'm not especially like muscular to have the structure around the spine to kind of hold it more steady. So I just like stress it more easily, I'm sure. Yeah, I probably could see a doctor. It's just, I don't know what they would do. The main thing I would like to know is if the cyst is like playing a major role. If it's playing a major role and can just be like drained or / removed, like a relatively minor surgery, although it's along the spine probably. It could be so close to the spine and it's large that it's kind of risky, but I guess they could drain fluids or something. This type of cyst can have like fucking teeth in it and shit. It's out of control. I don't know if that's common for like all cysts, like tumors and whatever. That's fucking nasty. I don't think it tends to be like cause of death kind of thing. Yeah. Or at least drained or something. Whatever they can do to make it so I can use my right leg normally again would be super. Without like too much risk of actually fucking up the muscle. I think it's on the skin and not under muscle at all. So, which is like a very high favor in like point in favor, I guess, of it not being a bone fragment. I just don't know if bone could have moved to the skin like that. I guess it could have, though, if my muscles are not like fully. No way that is bone. Okay. I trust you. I saw a doctor though. I went in because I was having testicle pains. Fucking. And went to urgent care. It was not fun. It was not fun at all, the pains. But they were kind of like subsiding. But I decided, because they were like, when I woke up, like it was just getting out of control. Like it was like receding, only mainly the left testicle, but both, and like around it, that whole area. I was like, maybe I got an infection or something. But then I went to urgent care, like thinking I probably had an infection. And they're like, we think you might have testicular torsion. So you need to go to urgent care or to the emergency room because we don't have this device for like an ultrasound on your testicle. I'm like, oh my god. So then they're like, since we don't have this, we don't even want to like see you. Like the doctor has recommended that you move along and don't even see her so that we can remove this charge from your bill and not have to pay for this visit. And I'm like, I mean, then I like basically had nothing done unless I go to the ER. But I'm like, well, if I go to the ER, this is kind of pointless. So then I like decide I'll go to the ER, I guess, fine. And say no. In hindsight, I should have talked to them because I would have felt less bad. Being more universal. Like, I have an ear infection, this knee thing. Like, then at the ER, I'm like sneaking in these trivial shit. They're like, what the fuck, dude? I don't care. I don't care about your knee. They're like, you got a primary doctor? I'm like, no. They're like, oh, one of these types of people, alright, who come here for all their ailments at once. And, like, nothing matters. Like, that's just shit you need to see a fucking normal doctor for, dude. But, like, they humor me, if you will, to do an x-ray on my knee, at least. And, check out my butt and my testicle, mainly. So I tell him about my hemorrhoids, of course. He's like, dude gave me... Hilarious. He gave me hydrocortisone, like 2.5%, and it has worked wonders. I'm like, these fucking scam artists. Hydrocortisone, like that's fucking standard. Not this one. Like this is some shit I just have. He gave me like a prescription one that's better, percentage wise, but like that's just standard. And like hemorrhoids are sold like the things for them are like preparation H. Like it's not, it has no hydrocortisone in the fucking things. I'm like, what are they doing? These fucking scam artists selling shit that like helps with the itch, but that does not fucking heal it. And this doctor's just like, here's some of the basic shit that you could, like, everyone uses on practically any type of like skin thing, and it just fucking like immediately helps its like leagues. Like, I still have like internal issues though that are not good either, but at least that like was resolved somewhat. And the testicle thing, they're like, no, we think maybe it was a partial torsion. So like something definitely happened. It was fucking terrible. I thought initially it was an infection, but then like I started looking into it, and when I heard torsion, they're like, you know, if that's what's going on, like you literally could lose the testicle. It's an emergency if it's what's going on. So I kind of needed to go to the ER. And I'm like, alright, I don't want to lose a testicle. It's like, that's enough to encourage me to care. These pains, like, oh, back pain, I could sit here and wait for it to go away, or I could, like, do something about it. I choose option A. The option of losing a testicle, if I choose option A, was a little too pungent, if you will. So then I go in and do this shit. I got I don't know if you're still there. I don't know. This story is too I feel obliged that you'd be there to tell the story. Cause it's too ridiculous. I feel bad about it. I feel bad. I feel a little bad. So I'm in the. They're like, okay, it's like I don't know, 11 p.m. Right? Well, damn. Yeah, maybe they could have zapped this shit for me. They didn't care though. They're just like, this is the ER. Get out of here. We'll check you for your possible emergency testicle issue, but this other shit, like, get out of here. Yeah, I know. I've heard of the lasers helping a lot. My main concern is internal. Yeah, external, as long as it doesn't like lead to me just shitting my pants one day because my rectum is like dissolved into nothingness, which seems to be a possibility of the like too chronic issue of this. It's funny that I'm recording this. This is one of my Underground Science live episodes. This fuck. Just looking at this thing, I was watching some shit on this area yesterday, actually. But so they come to the room that they bring me to. They bring me to some room after I get checked in and wait, and then go forward wherever. They bring me to some room, and I'm sitting in this room, being like aware of the potential of an erection. All right. Nothing goes on, the doctor comes in, inspects me, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I then get wheeled, right, in the hospital bed down this like dark corridor. I can't walk. I have to be wheeled there. They wheel me in my hospital bed down this corridor, into this area where there's just like hanging plastic on the walls that looked like maybe it was for like major disease infection concern type of area. I don't know, but it seemed kind of in this dark area, and then I get wheeled into this room and dropped off for the like technician who is like a young female, and I'm like, okay, don't worry about it, ignore it all. And then they're like, okay, put this towel under your testicles, this towel over your penis. I'm like caught off guard, like, okay, now we got some weird things. I'm like laying backward, towel under testicle, like as best as I can, other towel like kind of draped over my penis, but it's fucking limp, and I'm not like holding the towel hard, so it's kind of like wanting to go back forward. And then the technician comes in and starts like in a kind of dark room. It starts doing the thing, and I'm like, this device is, first of all, it's very smooth, and it's coated in like a gel, like a ultrasound device that's used on like a woman's stomach, say, I guess. But it's on my testicle, and this thing is not just like cold, like whatever temperature, room temperature, it's warm. So I've got this warm like probing thing on a testicle, and I'm just like, everything's fine, everything's fine. And then like 15 minutes of this soft, like delicate probing, because it's a testicle. Don't want to fucking hurt this dude's possible testicular torsion testicle, so I'll go nice and gentle with this warm hot thing, and like so many minutes go by in this dark like corridor room by ourselves that finally like a little something happens, and my mind's like, oh shit. At which point, you know how the floodgates go. Just like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Just like, sorry. I tried my best to like vocalize apologies, but like I didn't even want to bring attention to it because then it like got even worse. Oh my god! So that as soon as she has some push, she's like, "Okay, we're done." It seems to like have noticed. Oh my god! And I'm like, "Oh fuck! Oh fuck!" I quickly cover, try to play like, like I didn't want that to happen. My bad, kind of thing, without like drawing attention to it. Like maybe she gets it enough that she's like, alright, this is fucking. Or it's like I'm the only one who's like allowing their body to come to such uncontrol. This shit was legitimately little like I didn't expect it to go on so long. Like I was like, okay, they can like that. And she starts like talking to me like, that's the sound of your blood passing through your testicle. I'm like, and it's like, toot 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 toot. Like, oh my fucking god, dude, this is what is happening. Did it have to be a young female? Oh my god. And then, they wheel me back. Okay. Doctor says. Oh my god. He's like, okay. It looks like everything is fine. No torsion. Maybe what happened is possible torsion. And somewhere in the process, he's like, excited? And asked if I'm excited. And I'm like, shit. Did she tell him? Like, how do I respond to that? Do I say, well, dude, I'm so sorry that this also something happened that maybe you know about already. Maybe you're kind of jest, make a little jest about it. So excited. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm like bringing forth something I feel bad about immediately. In a way, I'm documenting it right now, I guess, so that it's both comically told and I can also apologize, kind of. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't. I swear. She's probably married and shit. Like, oh my god. This dude got an erection. I don't want to think about this shit. It's probably like, this is a little too sexual, too. Like, women could hide it more. They're like, oh, something happened, but no one knew. Men is like, I'm gonna take a seat for a second. I really want to admire this tree. Wow, what detail. Very closely leaning in what I can see. Oh, shit. So that happened. But ultimately, I got to find out. And then the pain faded and really has gone away, and like my testicle has reemerged almost. Like it was hiding. It was in hiding. Something was up. It was shit. I'm telling Oh, the world. Hey, world. Okay, so I was thinking about shalograms. Maybe now, after that, it's a good time to talk about some shalograms I was seeing. This one is so ridiculous. It's very common for shalograms to just... Oh my god. For them to just have this kind of feature with the striations across the opening, I don't know if I should make a folder of those. Might as well casually scroll through. This one's kind of got it, I guess. Got it enough to maybe note as one of those types. New folder. Opening striations. Okay. Then take this one here, put that there, and carry on. This has been going on a while, huh? This is just straight meditative things. I was expecting a little bit more music out of this thing I have planned, honestly. Yeah, looks like it's playing. Okay, here's one with these striations, but they're more linear is kind of what this one that I was just looking at is so like profound about. Is profound. It's not just cool, it's a more profound hologram because it's not actually linear, it's actually circular. So there are circular striations here. That basically indicate what happened. What actually happened to form the internal ammonite. This thing is incredible. It's from Rudraksh Guru, who has not posted it on their website yet. Only in this video a couple days ago. It might end up on the website. But looking from here, it's not clear the striations are rounded. But like they're layered, they're grouped. It's very geological column-y. Trying to get it. There's not quite a good angle. Maybe here. Oh, trying to get the whole thing to take a picture of it. But basically, the internal ammonite has an eddy at the opening. The opening is just a current flow out here. That some of it is just going in and eddying inside. But this current flow out here is creating all these striations and then boring an opening where then the current goes through. and into the stone and actually creates the internal ammonite. This one shows it so well by the roundedness at the front, at the striations. Oh my god. Then I just went after that hospital visit. Then I just went home, and it's like nothing happened. And the only real change was that I got a tube of hydrocortisone, and like someone kind of directing me towards some knowledge, or at least highly educated guesses. I mean, they freaking x-rayed the knee, so it's probably a cyst for, I mean, certainly a cyst. He called it like a something ganglion? I guess ganglion cyst. Non-tumor overlying a joint. Okay. So it's a rare thing to occur at the knee. Trauma, like a Bill Gates mosquito infecting his fucking bullshit. And my body having none of that, being like, nope. And it just like, I will get in. Fucking Bill Gates. Okay. But I was looking for some more. So this one, definitely, I'll put that in there. Okay. Another one. Here's probably a good one too. Striations, the indent. Definitely that one. It's not always the case. I guess this one, even when we look at it, has it here across this way. Crazy. That's not even in line with the ammonite in this case. Possibly why it looks so like a screw. Where the chakra does not usually look like that. And like the spray. I'll definitely include this one. There's probably more of these than I realized if I'm looking at that. Like here, like it's probably here and it's just gone. The detail of the crossing. The detail of the crossing. Don't see any here particularly. They're certainly not in all of them. I don't think there's any in this one particularly. Partly I'm preparing for my Shalagram video I'm gonna make. That's gonna be more coalesced into a single thing as in rapid succession and really talking about the details in like a scripted way that I wrote rather than just kind of talking like this, where I stray into my erections. Oh, that poor girl. I'm so sorry. This probably felt so awkward. Oh, God. Like a dick pic. It's like a dick pic. I want this dick pic. Get this shit out of here. It's a compliment, I guess. Not specifically, it's just more into the stone. This one looks like it's kind of doing it, but then not creating the ammonite. More so just drilling through like the others. Let's get some good ones. There's gotta be some good ones somewhere. I mean, I definitely have many. It's just over 1,000 Shalograms to go through if I go through them all. I should also do the sliding ones like that at some point. What did I just do? Oh, I went back. What did I do? It does have striations there. I mean, they're not prominent in that they're not physically changing the structure by eroding into it, that is. They're just on the, more so on the shape of the stone and not into it like the larger first one was. Oh, my body. This one definitely has a little bit of an indent into the stone. Not the most prominent one again, but I'm just going to document every single one that even has any of those characteristics into this folder for future reference more so. Nothing on that one, that's apparent. Definitely is on that one. This one's incredible with all the freaking ammonites squeezed together. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. What the fuck is this? I don't feel like that's a normal shape of an ammonite. Like it was so influenced as to have an anomalous shape. Doesn't actually make sense and has to be explained with some other outside fossil, just adding new fossils while ignoring the details, like the layers here. How they're here and up there even, like it's one. This looks incredible. Oh my god. What a shalogram. Okay. Back to what I was doing. I'd hate to miss it if there was a tendency for the current to sometimes go like sideways. Because I really thought it was just like almost exclusively along the long axis here. I mean, that's generally it may be typically the case where like the current is doing this in one plane, but sometimes it can go more like up and along a plane like this way to then create chakras that are like this, but striations that are like this. But it's typically in the same plane so that the striations are across the opening with the chakra down and up rather than sideways. Okay, I hope that made sense. A lot of drawing all over top each other in one color, probably a little hard to understand if you didn't already kind of know what I was talking about. If anyone, if someone, or you, the usage of you and we and I and all these things in certain ways are so revealing to people's psyche, state of mind, their perception of reality. This is what it is. Come on, let's find some good ones. This one comes off the corner of it, maybe. Then there's ones like this that just drill directly in, so maybe, maybe I'm just thinking, like, if this is flowing netty as it propagates, it kind of makes it like tubular. And then it runs into the shallogram at a point where it does that, and then leads to another eddy internally that maybe a similar general exterior eddy type of thing going on. Because essentially what I'm drawing the conclusion of by there being these, especially the one we just saw here that is round, but they're not just linear, they're clearly rounded. they demonstrate that the shallograms are like Earth. The shallograms were forming in a grid type of pattern like this, where there were just eddies everywhere, but where like here's a shallogram, here's a shallogram, here's a shallogram, and then the opening to the shallogram would be like here. So like what's going on with this one would be like here's a shallogram, say. That's generally like some enclosed region that wraps back in on itself approximately. And then this eddy over here within a chakra to the ammonite there. And then this eddy over here is pushing into it to a point where it actually gets into it though, and influences the region, and the matrix is then etched into. By a flow that's not just like water purely, but water with these particles of shale, quartz, pyrite, all the materials that are composing these shallograms are composed of, including the water that shaped them. We're all in the flow, more of like a mud flow, say, possibly hot, like a volcanic mud flow, but with pressures that were leading to such extreme eddies and swirling and differentiation of materials, so that then like small stuff out, big stuff in, leading to nucleus composed more of pyrite, especially like a tendency in this area for there to be more pyrite in the shallogram than at the outskirts, which is typically more fine-grained black shale. Like internal, if this is like the nucleus, like internally outward, as well as more complex circumstances where the pyrite is more complexly happening than just like a core, but a tendency to move shale to the outside and the larger grain particles to the inside. This stone, so epic. Oh my god, the freaking curves on that opening are outrageous. Can even see like at the center where the opening is more linear, and then below it is more rounded. Like what? almost like this eddy in front of it maybe had like a larger disc at the center that I'm just gonna like exaggerate that way, and then a smaller disc below it that then kind of just was ultimately like a galactic shape basically, like a shallogram shape even. I wouldn't say another shallogram is scraping against it or anything, but maybe very close to it. Where the stones are actually swirling. I mean, they certainly are balanced quite well. The balance of shallograms is undoubtedly important. Not just random happenstance that modern science can just kind of treat like it's irrelevant. We explained it and it's relevant. The end. Okay, let's talk about plate tectonics. No. The balance of shallograms is profound. This one is not very balanced, so it has a lot of like competing eddies happening. I'm trying to think of a good example that I can demonstrate. It certainly has different balance points on this one that are one, two, three balance points, I guess, on this one. This one, I know it barely balances. I can get it to balance, but it barely balances. Anyway, balance points matter. I'm not in a good position to argue that further. I was looking at these. Maybe take a moment. Sidetrack where. Another one. It's not the one we were just looking at. But it also has the rounded. People are going to have to argue that this is a man-made feature in order to ignore it. But it's not. It's just profound. There's no actual modern scientific explanation for how the stones came to be like this. It's game over, dudes. Modern science needs rewritten. Fortunately, I got that started. I really like the way it's wavy and like different wavelengths up here. Like one that goes down, up, down, like a chakra. That's actually right above the chakra. Interesting. And then another one that goes up, and well, up, down, up. So it's like double, but it's also smaller, like a Gaussian curve distribution with like spaces. I don't know if that's like in a Gaussian curve, but pixelated. And then a smaller one over here is sort of trying to happen, and some other angles that are all kind of competing. Like there's some angle right there that goes up. That seems to have a counter chakra of this that then is like smoothed across, like it was trying to go further down and be more rounded, but it just got cut across by larger going-ons. That right there is a very common feature in like the belemnite baculite type feature in the ammonites or in shalograms. Oh yeah. Like that right there. Right there, this down with the two up and down aspect. One of those is like what we just saw that I was talking about. That was at the edge of the opening, though. This one looks like an egg. Whoa. I need to go to India and Nepal. Believe this one might be pretty curious. No, maybe not. In terms of being the one I was thinking of. There's one of them that looks a certain way, I think, in this video. Like two ammonites interacting. There's another, the last one for sure is of interest. It's just, I think there's another one that I really found odd. Fossils, they said. This one, I believe. Notice this ammonite goes around, and then over here, it's kind of in front of it. It's not like in line with it. It kind of shifts to the side, like a spring structure rather than a coil, and like a spring structure rather than just an ammonite. Maybe that's not the one that I was looking at though. No, there's another ammonite in the one I was thinking of. Might not be this video at all. I was looking around at shallograms earlier. This is the one of most interest in this video because it has an ammonite going this way with another ammonite seemingly to the side of it. We can see the ribs wrapping around. So it's doing the chain thing again, like chain links. Which this one we just talked about in my Shalagram Zone episode 51 or whatever the most recent one was. Most recent 2 maybe? I don't even know. I might have done 2 episodes. Pull it up though. So it's got that main ammonite and then the second ammonite that literally comes off the side of it. Main ammonite, second ammonite that begins right here and over here really, but it's more apparent on this side because they're not actually fossils, they're products of current flows. So when there's like a disconnect over here, that doesn't mean there's not a connection through by the currents. It's just more apparent over here where the actual structure is. So there's an ammonite that then spawns another ammonite off its side by the eddies, spawning a secondary eddy off the side that wraps all the way around it. And then when it comes back, it runs into it and bends to the side, creating like these angled layers here leading up to it, but going around it basically by doing a chain link kind of structure with some spring coil type of action to the chain link, rather than just being chains connected, like having like a staggering of the chain connections to something else. And this one doing the same freaking thing. 1 ammonite, 2 ammonite. See the structure going around. We see that. And I don't think that this makes sense as part of that. As part of that ammonite. We even see ribs going around on the other side real subtly right there when he turned it. Right. Like. That might be a shadow. Might be shadow. Hard to say. There would be an expectation of such features, but that instance, at least as possibility, but that instance was not clear. Certainly not the same ammonite though. Maybe this one. This one I thought was interesting because it looks kind of like a second baculite belemnite, whatever this is. I don't know what people would consider this because it's not what it is. So I don't have to. Okay, okay. It would benefit me, but I don't have to. Okay, okay, okay. Just looks like another one was forming here. Something else going on there. Again, though, with the tip of it, like just adjacent. So basically, a current, literally, currents on this stone are behaving like on the surface of a planet. Where there's like an equator and then like a half towards a pole. Another half towards a pole, where the pole is a product of the currents basically going around it. But then, when they go around, at some point they go around and before it rather than around it. And when that happens, it drills in. So it systematically positions baculite and belemnite structures along this long axis adjacent to, not at, but adjacent to the like long axis pole. Because that's what's happening, is currents wrapping around and around and around and around on the surface held under pressure. So it can't like easily escape the surface without building enough pressure to do so. And it even takes more pressure than cutting into the surface can do, so it begins to build structure internally, which then allows for the current to have some enough pressure that this like becomes literally a nozzle, a spray nozzle, ejecting the current outward far enough away from the system, like a quasar. And it sprays out to relieve pressure. So that the current flows that are being forced into the stone find an exit avenue from a pole as a product of building this type of structure, which can just build all the way through though, because it's still not enough. It's probably why it goes like back and forth on some of them, where it like cuts across, and at which point then it vents the other way, and vents this way, vents that way, vents depending on which side is the better pressure avenue. So then reshapes the baculite belemnite thing. I used to call it baculite. Now I think the more appropriate term would be belemnite. Another one. This one looks... I mean, you literally can see how incredible it is with a thumbnail. Like right there. Oops. Oh no, I hope I didn't lose my microscope. Oh darn. Oh well. I'd have to use it the normal way if I look at those shallograms. I mean, they literally seem very, very closely related to this bottom and top tiers of the each chakra. And then, of course, with like a widening out relationship here to other ones. But like right at the chakras. This is not in any way ammonite induced. It's not like that's the fossil. It's got nothing to do with the fossil. It's some erosion feature of some sort. Modern science has to acknowledge that. Not some random thing that's just happens to be there by some other creature so that it can be just ignored entirely. It needs to be explained, and the only way to explain it is by current flows eroding. But no river, no glacier can do this except for the flood. Flood did it. Game over. Game. Modern science claims, I mean, really can see it. The way it just is at the center of the ammonite. Modern science claims. I lost track what I was saying, some whatever point I was trying to make. It doesn't really matter. I've made enough points. I am just here to record other points. Doesn't have to be this point or that point, just other points. Pretty cool shallogram there. I like it. Just like it. I don't know if I think that's cool too. Oh, poor back. Wow. Oh, what? Why can't I screenshot this? Oh. Freaking erosion through the chakra like that. Oh my god. Hey, we can watch my stream already. Live. Boom. Check it out. What a sweet drawing. Is that? I'm trying to find the other one that I saw that was eroded at the front. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Oh shit, I might take a break here. Not cut the stream, I'll just take a break. Since I'm gonna be streaming for a while. I gotta pee. Do some other stuff though. Nothing on Kent. Just drugs, that's all. Oh man, it's crazy. People who don't do drugs, like, no wonder he's so thing that I don't comprehend whatsoever. Oh man, that's too bad. Drugs is a bad word. It's medicine. Doctors in. Hydrocortisone. Pretty fucking nice. Certainly has not healed it entirely, so I might be speaking too soon. I don't know. It's made it livable. This shit was torture. Okay, I should probably bring this one up. Just to be obvious.
Guess I could have turned that volume up. Whatever. Okay. So I was also looking at Earth stuff. I don't even know what though. I know Pacific stuff. What exactly was making me think maybe I should hit start a stream, and because it was more than shallograms and more than my health issues, like my back. Let's see. Took a bunch of screenshots, so it's possible if I... Let's go through these shallogram images, and we'll get to the older ones. Mainly the good one. Notice it's a different shallogram, but it has the roundedness there. It's clearly rounded into the opening. And then when I go to the next one, it's pretty much the same freaking thing. Crazy. I've never seen him with such clarity to it. And then he's got two of them like that. And this dude's shallograms are the shit. Like, look at that thing. That's right here. Over. Fuck. He's all like looking at the chakra, but I'm really looking at only the striations mainly here. In my curiosity. That's one of the better angles to actually capture how rounded it is. And then that one. I really think I'm seeing not just shadow, but like ribs that are subtle, that are basically this going around the way it has these bumps, going around it to the other side. I don't think this is possible as the same shallogram, the same ammonite. This is really incredible though. Ugh. So it's got ribs here. That seemed to turn, I guess. And then this. With this thing. Kind of, this thing is clearly related to this. And then as well as this surrounding it, like that would make sense as part of this ammonite here. But it's also, it's part of whatever's going on in this front here too, which seems to be avoiding it and wrapping around, and then maybe on the other side having those ribs but less pronounced, but showing like an external relationship around it. Oops. Seemed like I erased a line somehow. Where it's almost like this one, basically. Is eddying in a first plane. creating a lobe out in that plane with this. And then another eddy maybe like below it. That was kind of trying to form ribs like out here, but they got kind of angled because of this thing, so they avoided it and took its shape more so where the boundary is. And then the other side just is subtle, and then it's not connected here. This part, it doesn't exist. It actually ends like midway. Even this is gone. So it's more just like this. Which then looking down on it, it is like the main central ammonite is kind of like this, with its little circle thing and the protruding thing. But where this is kind of trying to be an ammonite. Possibly, but this is the window even. Like it could open up in that spot and turn this into an ammonite. Like if it eroded this more down and over and like flattened it, or maybe just from a different angle, but relative to here it would have to be kind of eroded down some. Something's going on where there's multiple ammonites. It's definitely not the same here, even though this is all generally showing some relationship to this. I can't picture any ammonite shape where this would be internal to a larger structure that wraps around that has an overlay like this. It just doesn't seem in position. It seems more a product of currents interacting and shifting the position of that some, so it doesn't quite make sense. This one's pretty cool. This one over here seemed pretty simple, I guess. But I liked its curvature. Like where pressure of the current was kind of overlaying like a finger with a pressure point, but eroding generally in the region. Even creating chakra type thing opening right there, maybe. Totally, with like a lobe out this way, lobe out this way, under belly, over belly, whatever. Where this maybe slipped into over here, like went in from here and generally interacted over here, and that led to this actual eddy forming rather than the eddy forming here. It like pushed it over that way and just behaved more like a backstop to the eddy with this, like the masses around it that this other eddy was forming, because this was essentially probably going over into like a pressure point off it and back and swirling and leading to cutting in along that chakra that then just got into the stone instead of stably forming an eddy in exactly the way it was going in. It more effectively it moved to a more energetically favorable position for the currents to actually occupy the space. Something like that. It'd be like a bag, contain it, rather than the ammonite itself forming there again. This one's pretty curious. Some chakra type region over here, but then another one making this like a chakra type thing interacting. Lots of little pores on that thing. This is what I found most odd. Like, what? Just a array that's kind of twisted, like a chakra. Twisted, baby. You twisted. Hey, man. Just trying to share some info with the class. Okay, this dude's lecture. I think I started taking images here. This is Our Restless Earth, Madagascar. No, this is actually a different one. That's right, I was looking at Madagascar. Yes! I remembered one of the things that I was kind of wanting to look at. I should probably eat something real quick, like anything. I'll be right back. Just something. Oh my god. Let's check out this. So this is from this channel, U3A Mount Gambier, I think is the channel. Don't know what his name is, sorry. Our Restless Earth Part 19, Madagascar. He was showing this. It's looking relatively ammonite-like, honestly. Chambers with like a nucleus. And then this one is more about the Pacific. He pointed out that there is such a thing as Marianas type of subduction based on Mariana Trench, where apparently both of the Philippine plate and the Pacific
they're going westward. So, for reference, Mariana Trench here. So this plate here is going westward, and over here is going westward, and it's subducting. Mind you, this is in reality all a product of the flood and the Earth's expansion process. That is all part and parcel. All these details. We're looking through the lens of modern science to find the evidence for what I just said, which is there. But apparently Chilean type is more oppositional, leading to some scraping, according to modern science again, but generally speaking, meaning that they're in the flood, eastward propagating currents into Chile, into the Andes, essentially, off of Australia and Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands and Fiji, as the process went on, but off of Australia before then. Which is something I realized it probably shifted from off of Australia when the Eromanga Sea stopped. So in this process, when currents of the flood were generally flowing like this, and there was an eddy here, Australian ammonite, which then is all part of this process of a flow going eastward into Ecuador. But what I didn't realize is I believe this point shifted to up here, and then it shifted from up here to up here, and then this point shifted outward as well as up as well, and that is over there. So that essentially the spray continued of this current, but it shifted northward to be going eastward from up here. As part of this, and at which point I suspect the Eromanga Sea stopped being the Eromanga Sea, which is, I believe, around 100 million radiometric dating. Eromanga Basin Sea in this area. So I was saying in that post that, wow, I just saw in the actual Earth, looking at the Earth, literally, satellite imagery and other things like magnetic anomalies, but especially satellite imagery, looking at that, I interpret that there is this thing going on in Australia where the current flow is doing something of this nature during the flood, and then later on it comes to my attention that there is such a sea of a very similar nature and shape, pointing generally right where I was thinking, to this far point. A little less like the shape that I was interpreting, but it's also different. It occurred 5 times, so the shape was not the same each time. It still seems not to go as far south as I would have expected, but there's probably some reason for that. Which is where opals are, by the way. Hey, thanks. Welcome back as well. I don't know. I've been here a little bit. I got It's not that long. But then there's these dual impacts in the Arrow Manga C, while it was Arrow Manga C, that just coincidentally date to the time when the C formed. Yeah. Cool, cool. I don't know if I talked about this before. I just kind of glanced at it. Fucking loud ass bananas. Dried bananas. They're so hard. I'm like, don't damage my teeth. That's right, there's just an earthquake in San Diego, apparently. 5.2 or something. Just a 3.9 about 10 minutes ago. 5.2 hour and 25 minutes ago. Oh, damn. Let's see, San Diego earthquakes. $6.7. Maybe they were super downgraded to a 5.3, even though it was higher. No video. Here we go. Man, that's a nice place. Dude's fucking chilling. Oh man, he's got like the perfect setup. Oh my god. He's just showing off his sweet setup. Oh, look at how it's shaking a little bit. Oh, Cali Falls. That's some Tool lyric. What's that one? Tool song? Anima, maybe. Damn. Probably because Twitter sucks. Fucking assholes. They still haven't responded to a single appeal of my permanent suspension. 2 words that aren't even like compatible. Fucking cunt Twitter. Click it. Sadly. Till I get banned on this account. There's too much shit going on with Israel lately. Damn. Holy crap. That peanut was, oh my god. Some kind of like congealed mass of the coating. Oh, it's so good. X.com works, but Twitter doesn't. What the fuck? Like the redirect doesn't redirect? That just redirected me. I guess this earthquake was not very damaging. Having lived there a couple years, I'm a bit surprised. Like, it seemed way safer earthquake-wise than like LA. It's certainly at risk, of course. And let me do it on my my main Twitter. Your account is suspended and not permitted to perform this action. The worst part about this is I can't even access my fucking posts. $11,000. I can access maybe. Let's see. It seems like a lot, but maybe 100. When my posts are like this. Some current flows, especially related to the opening of the Pacific. Overlaying map from Spagnoli et al. Like, fucking Twitter. 140 to 120 MA. Wow, this dude needs out of here. He's not a fucking moron like Elon Musk. He's like a high risk member of Twitter. No. I'm just like You see any of that Joe Rogan podcast with the comedian Dave Smith and whatever the other guy is, Douglas Murray? That shit was hard to watch. I listened about half of it. Like, this dude. It's hard. It's hard to listen to. The comments are just brutal. Here's my comment. Of course, no relevance, but besides that, 40 minutes in. They're just brutal. I hate to care, but later on I found out he's gay and married. His husband is Jewish. I'm like, what in the fuck? That's who's defending Israel, is a married male homosexual. He knows it's like biblically it's because it's not Israel, man. Like, it seems to me like something is up. Something's up. I don't know what the fuck his intention is. And he kept arguing I don't even know. The whole world is just branching into every possibility, I guess. It's gotta be, I hate to say it, and I say it only as a kudos, because if so, it's a kudos. It's gotta be the Jews. Just creating the world we live in. Good and bad. Fucking playing villain. But like creating like a hilarious, but just a spectrum of possibility for a purpose that's not nefarious underneath it all, I'd like to think. But ruthlessly doing so, maybe due to some group knowledge that no one else is allowed to have any awareness of. Maybe that maybe not group as in like every Jew, but like those who are involved in that like world domination spectrum. Maybe they're more acquainted with certain subtle, spiritual, deep meaning truths that matter enough where they like play villain to knowingly just fucking get everyone to support the worst thing. just like or do everything possible to wake people up and like that, I guess. I don't know if that's what's going on, but that would be better than just genocide, I guess. Which would then make sense why someone was married to a homosexual Jew. His husband was on here playing like devil's advocate for this atrocious entity. kind of get people to see, like, really, if you're on the side of like defending the other side, you're actually kind of wrong because we're like staging world events like a movie, and it wasn't this ruthless thing that it was presented as being. So this hate you have in your heart is in the wrong, and the actions that stem from it in the wrong, and it's just like a long game that's like triply long. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably because of like power. Like it's if like the circumstances were different, then Israel is literally because it's Israel. Like biblical basis to impose some government. It's getting pretty sketchy. So then, like, okay, let's say it's Israel, but then they are just fucking killing people. Like, that's not very godly. So I feel like it just creates like a tendency to generally oppose that and like not necessarily bring attention. Like the guest, he's like, what about Qatar? Qatar does similar things. And people in the comments said, but he didn't mention APAC. I don't know what they mean by that and why that would matter exactly. But like that's kind of true, but also like they're not biblically arguing their position as a country. So like they need to be godly, or else it's just fucking a criminal organization that has hijacked some a term that's not necessarily true, and are fully in the fucking wrong then. And it's like, it is one-sided, almost. Especially when they're fucking making Hamas, literally. And like making ISIS, being ISIS and Hamas. And being involved in the other side's, like, pseudo-leaders, basically, like, choosing the leader groups that they want and publicly giving them the attention as the leaders so that it becomes like a accepted truth in the general public, even within that country. Like Hamas is like somehow accepted as like a legitimate representative when they're just not. It's just Israeli intervention and choosing and propaganda and energy expenditures to create like a false world that then actually forms where Hamas has, like, people argue against the stopping of Israel by being like, well, Hamas da 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 da, and it's just, that's all what they fucking want in the first place. Yeah, they got a playbook. It's like fucking. That's why they're like found out though, and trying to cover it up with clowns like Elon Musk, who they got dirt on for sure. He's definitely was recruited when he went to Israel for like basically do what we say or this happens kind of recruiting, not like a hey, you want to join us? Listen, you're being read into why all the things in your life have happened. We know you're a con man, fraud. We will tell the world of the things you did, including evidence. And then they fucking... what's he gonna do? He's just gonna play their game. We let you get Twitter, and he probably was even involved before he got Twitter. I mean, this dude, I don't know what the fuck. And then my account was banned for no fucking reason. Very strangely, only on Twitter. The free speech platform. What a fucking joke. Even YouTube, where I've posted like 100 hours of Alex Jones trial reaction videos, not banned. YouTube or Twitter, banned for no reason, with no basis presented whatsoever, except here's our rules and explain how you didn't do it. And that's where the government's going when Elon Musk and Doge is done. That's probably how Tesla works. I feel bad for people who have car problems. Back of the line, bitch. That'll be a couple months. Look, you bought the car. Or the people who put down payments. Couple grand for the new cool Tesla. Ooh. Just wait years. It's literally like new Nazi Volkswagen bullshit. People fucking oblivious though. But I was thinking, I was kind of looking at this area. And I thought, it's a little odd that this has like such a, if I can draw it, kind of like this, and then like over this way, along generally here, possibly over here, but like generally over here. Like, and this is all deck and traps.
Alluvium. Alluvial. Why is there alluvium flood deposits scattered in the midst of the Deccan traps? What the? So basically, a couple pieces of Mesozoic, and then Quaternary, or Tertiary. I don't know if this is bedrock. Basement. Okay, so it's possible that something like what I'm about to say happened. I'm just checking on geology. Where basically, generally speaking, these two sides were once much more together. And possibly this here was just like, this wasn't here. Sarastran Peninsula is Deccan traps. Formed, I believe, to the Moho. Because Gurnar exists to the Moho. So Sarastran Peninsula just kind of formed in this, like an opening of this area that seems to maybe, possibly, I was thinking to have happened, so I started thinking about it. I'm like, well, that's weird. Could it have had, like, Madagascar? Where was Madagascar relative to India? Say 200 MA. Maybe just 200 MA map of Earth. So they just kind of have it adjacent India, adjacent like the actual continental shelf here. But I was thinking maybe even before then that it slid off of all this. So here's my just seeing if they fit kind of thing right there. I know it might sound ridiculous, anyone who's not really acquainted with anything I've said. Okay,
Here's some current flows that I drew in the past. So apparently I drew a current running into this side, running across here, down through this way, thinking possibly the other way as like further out at some point. But these are the directions I previously interpreted, which then from this direction would be current flow going down and across, basically across where it's got this indent. So maybe somewhat across this indent too, like across this way. But across here and across the top. Okay. And this side too. So if like there's some current over in this region of the flood. No. Maybe it's pushing it, I guess that's what I was thinking. Like off of one going across this way. No, whatever. Across this way. Oh my god. Kind of running into this area, going up. And then another current. Trying to think. Directions I am forgetting. I think this one I was going that way, or this one this way. But where it, like this direction is applying a pressure into here, and then like also into this side when it's turning off of it. As some motion to like move it away, with this just not like existent. But where it previously, maybe I was thinking, was essentially literally like nooked in around like this corner. And generally it was like here, relative to India, with the mass like atop and sliding off by these currents, pushing it off. And other currents running into this side that then erode as the main current is pushing into this side though, so it can't like go too far with the erosion. So this one holds a boundary for that process while it does that, and moves it down, which then is probably like what we were just talking about with Australia, where current flow is flowing off of here, and then it ended up flowing off of here by shifting northward relatively in modern Earth to this position to go across this way instead. And the whole time though applying a pressure into western South America, first here and then shifting down to around here, And to here, 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 and like down to wherever exactly the last pressure point is that is in the magnetic anomaly map. I think it's somewhere, I don't know. These pressure points, as I call them. South America especially has them. This one is like the final one that it like latches into. But then here, 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 as it moved from over here, this position, it punctured so much that it actually had like upwelling and became a positive anomaly. But over here, it just was flowing through and creating like a void at the pressure point. But creating a more prominent one here because it lingered there for longer. Whereas here, these are more as stepping stones as it moved, even along here. From up here, though. Whereas in Madagascar, maybe it moved less. So the pressure point moved from the northern side of Madagascar to the southern side. From here and shifted to here, maybe. Which would imply some current applying there instead of from up here, so I don't think so. But then it moves out of the way, creates this back here, which I'm not sure, obviously. I don't know the geological potential of this. It just kind of looks like it fits a little too well from basically where the doom shape was to down here. Like this area was all doom shape. Doom shape influence. What? I don't know, man. Sorry about that. Gotta go back. Gotta go back, man. Back. And back some more. At least underground current, or Earth's undercurrents. That one is a minimum for most info, least time. little triangle. Her current was flowing out and like holding space, shaping the Pacific as the flood was happening. What the fuck? Hey man, can I use your I don't know, fucking tool would be necessary. Lift, your car lift. It's in use. There's a fucking car on it, bro. Even if there's not a car on it, fuck you. I guess if he was down to pay, he'd want to take him though. He's like, I'll just bring him back. Bring him back by this evening, I swear. Totally trust me. Random person from the street who's clearly not participating in whatever this is. Damn. What the fuck? What kind of tools are we talking here? Like even down to like a screwdriver, wrench kind of thing? Or like a specific tool that is exactly for some purpose? Ball joints. Let's see. Ball joints. Car. Holy shit. So it's like not horribly difficult. It seems like something that someone could do. I don't know why they would need tools from besides just not having them, at which point going to a mechanic seems like just fucking what the fuck? Why would they think that would work? That's just rude. Oh. It's not even easy, fuck. Yeah, then. Dude's like, I'm desperate, I got nothing, I can't pay for this, so maybe Hail Mary, I'll go to the mechanic. Hey mechanic, could I borrow your tools just momentarily? Oh my god. 2-hour job for a single tire? Or a single joint of a multiple joint tire? Or a car in its entirety? Oh. Damn. 2 hours for a single, just one of these, not even like, there's 2 per tire, I guess. Or even like 4 per tire or something. What the fuck? It doesn't look that complicated. It's just hard to get to. Pressed in and out. I guess that's the complicated part. Oh, like pressed in. I see. I see now. See, I didn't know what a ball joint was, honestly. Now I see. I see this image has brought to my attention what the word press in and out really was entailing. I guess that car does not is not designed for that ball joint to come out. Oh shit. To me, it looked kind of more like a rod, I guess. Something more rod-like that just has some screw attachments, more like maybe over here. How much would this even cost? Like if someone needed a whole set of ball joints replaced or whatever. Is their car pretty much totaled? It's fucking too expensive, man. I imagine that would not be the only problem if they had that problem. Oh yeah, true. True, true. I can't believe someone. What kind of cost is the tools to do this? Like, oh, is something like a specialty tool that's like pushing 1,000 or something? Like, there's no way someone could just get the tools and do this. I don't understand why they're not doing that. If so, if they're really, if they're able, they might just be wishful thinking, I guess. Did they also seem like they were on some drugs? I'm about to do some, so who am I to judge? When they're on meds, on them meds, they on them meds. Ball joint press, holy shit, that sounds. Oh, I see. Like a wedge that slowly wedges it off. Oh man, it's 420 almost. There's deals for days. I don't know. Deals for days, baby. They don't got any ounces. I'll keep checking. Nice. What do you pay for edibles if you get any? This shit is out of control here. 70 a half is pretty pricey, I guess. Is it legal there now? I saw Michigan, they're like $5 for pack, or if that. Here, like the best I can find is like $10 on sale. Usually, it's fucking trash. 2.5 ounces for 65. Did you run out of that frozen weed? Did you freeze like make a run, freeze some? Shit, I'm publishing your secrets. It's all recorded. Government's gonna fucking bash down some doors like tyrants too. Never fucking know too. That's a shitty thing. Fucking tyrants. We said so. We know you didn't agree, so this is not actually based in any agreement, so we're just imposing our will on you. But we said so, and this is justice. To 4 years of oh shit. Is that what I'm thinking of? Thought you did. You have some flour too? I feel like I remember you got a bunch of flour one time from Michigan for recon. Oh damn. So it's probably not that one time. I just know of one time, I think, when way back sometime when it was like a good amount. I don't remember how much. Good amount, good supply. I smoke so much though. I could probably burn through a pound in I don't know how long. Oh damn. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. Something of that nature. 7.5 ounces. Fuck. Whew. That's nice. I mean, that's ridiculous. $2.50 for 2 ounces, you said? Or $60 for 2 ounces? 2.5 ounces or something? $2.5 for 65. I just got what was it? Probably like 50 a half. 45 a half. I got some shake too today, or not today, like 2 days ago. This shit was better than ever. I was like, whoa. I think they realized to take the stems out because it looks so fucking trash with stems in it. And the huge leaves out, like the obvious shit they're trying to like just trash. It's barely fucking smokable. This time was nice. I was like, oh, please realize that that's not cool and don't do it anymore. Where they put all their fucking trash weed into the ground and make it like it's reasonable. Here's all the stems. Literally. Just like a fucking I feel nothing on it, just stem. Just a stem, nothing on it. How did this come to be? Like clearly someone fucking did it. Took the shit off the stem, put it in some other eighth, and then just threw the fucking stem in some pile. That then the company was like, let's recycle this as shake. And then I got the fucking stem with no weed on it in my ground weed. Like, that's not ground, that's fucking stem that you picked off some shit. Yeah, I guess this is nice. It's better than the past. I mean, that's for sure. Having any access at all, not 150 an ounce. 200 an ounce. That's what I was used to paying on the streets. That kind of range, not 100. Yeah. Fuckers. But this shit is like almost better than the flour. Like flour has stems. So it should have some stems theoretically if it's ground flour, but it seems like they really got rid of them. Oh my god. He's like, I'll roll it. Starts fucking rolling it. Gets a blunt wrap out. Oh lord, bro. Yo, I didn't want that. You know, this is a business exchange. At that point, you fucking, what, you drink some of the tea you sell. If you're like a McDonald's employee, you're like, hey man, that's good tea you mixed there. I like how you blended that tea with the other. Did you blend it? No. Oh, okay. Ah, shit, man. I mean, let's see what flash sale. Spend 50 at a half-gram crumple. Week. Just weak deals. 35 and 8th is fucking ridiculous, truly. If you guys lost your minds, this is like standard for this company. Fries do sound good. Oh shit. .7 gram pre-rolls. I don't like how they do that. I guess it's because it's 5 per eighth. That's a fucking $22 eighth. It's still not even good. This shit, they mark up pre-rolls too much and edibles too much here. Pre-rolls should be pretty much no markup. I don't. If you're having manual laborers do it, then that's like an on-you thing. That should not flow into the customer. I think they have people roll them rather than like a more automated thing that is like less people involved, which makes it like they don't want to charge the same fucking price as the eighth. Why buy it then? Tenth bags. A tenth of an ounce. What the fuck? They're like, oh my god. It's straight trolling, man. That's straight trolling right there. What the fuck? So it's recreationally legal in Ohio? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Since this looks recent. February. maximum THC content in extracts from 90 to 70. What the fuck are they doing? I mean, most of them are like 80. They're really fucking with their business by doing that. On an extract, I mean, let's see. Oops. This is all for research purposes and not in any way promoting a lifestyle or any choices anyone makes. And where it concentrates. Yeah, so 70, like that one would be banned, that one would be banned, that one would be banned. Only one of those first four would work. Keef would work. Banned, 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 banned. It's just too limiting. What the fuck are they doing? Limiting the... Dude, what in the fuck? People are just... How does someone come up with a rule like this? Limiting the THC content for edibles to 10 milligrams per serving and 100 milligrams per package. They're not the, like, they're not the ones eating the fucking thing. An individual eating the thing is gonna eat whatever the fuck they want. So this rule has no relevance. So, like, how do they not understand? This rule doesn't really do anything. The only thing it does is helps people who have no idea what they're getting into not have a trip that maybe they should get. Like, they should have that trip where they are like, holy shit, what just happened? And can truly understand another reality exists. Like, there's some people who haven't even fucking dipped their toes in. I mean, if they happen to dip their toe in on a 200 milligram package, it's not like it's gonna kill them. So, like, even that, and just eat 200 milligrams, they'd be fucked up, though. Oh my god, they'd be fucked up. That'd be hilarious. Total never done a drug in their life. But no one's gonna do that. They would do like a small piece. Unless they got really, really large one, but like, it's just silly. This is pointless. Anyway. So you can grow 6 plants. Oh, nice. Oh, damn, they're changing them rules, man. They're changing them rules. Like, why would this matter? Why the fuck does this matter? I guess because of things like this. But that's fucking ridiculous. Just rude. They're trying to make sure they get their cut. That's really why it matters. That's gotta be it. They want their fucking cut. This shit ain't free. This is taxed vice, bitches. And you paying us. You know out of state. We made the rules. They're arbitrary, but it doesn't matter because we made them and we gave you some freedoms that you should have had anyway, and we took them from you because we're not actually reasonable and we're tyrants. And shit, this is all falling apart. I love it how they just give things like they can. only what they can like give. Like, dude, this ain't no fucking debate where you like, you can kind of do it if we like if you follow our rules. They still got fucking rules. Shit's out of control. Okay. I'm just chilling, hanging out. Not the most advancing scientific endeavors of episode, but whew, this is what's up. Oh my god, I wonder if that's 2 ounces. Period. There's no way this is 2 ounces, period. Think if I test it, it will probably mean this if they have ounce options there too for 150, but if I did 8 of this for an ounce. Oops. Oops. Oh, whatever. I'll do quarters so I can do it in 1. Oh, they only got 5. Oh, that's really cheap quarter. $19 quarter, that's pretty good. $76 ounce. Why did a discount apply? Any 2 ace 49, no. So weird. This one's fucking already discounted though. It's still discounting. It's probably 2 ounces. Fucking A. There's no way that it's 8 quarters of 2 ounces total. Or 16 eighths. That would be too cheap. 16 eighths. I don't even know if I have enough that I could even do it. I just bought like 2 ounces. There's no way I have enough. 1.5 ounces dispensable amount. Oh shit, that's all I'm gonna have for 420 deals. No, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. This place usually is pretty good. 3. Fucking edibles suck. 4 for 50. 5 for 55. Fucking trash. Gelatin mold dings? I don't know. The guy I talked to suggested not to use this kind of thing because it's a pain in the ass. It did look good though. This is what I'm most like curious. Bloom the gelatin. I'll look at that later. Like, well, that's recorded. So it goes. It came like squished too. Like what the? This is not a nug, but like a squished up patty of the ground. There's like no stems in it. It's so strange. I'm like, yes, yes, I'll totally smoke that shit. If it's cheaper, this thing was very cheap. $14.65 for a half, but 5 for 55, so percent off. 29 bucks for a half of smokable weed. Fucking yes. Shit works too, is that? Got this Benzino one exactly. Cinnamon horchata apples and like that just sounds good. Apples and bananas, cinnamon horchata. Oh man, how did I skip over that one? This might be my future if I keep getting successful ground purchases from those. It's nice to have the flour and grind it myself and know what it was like. What the fuck is this sound? Oh. Is this music? It's just like it doesn't even sound like music. I really, when I played this band before or whatever they are, this artist, It's a Dragon. It's been pretty impressively good. This is not that it's bad, it's just not particularly musical. It's more meditative, I guess. Back. Oh, my back is ridiculously not cool. Oi, véia. Oi, véia. Master Kraton. Love all do no harm. It's like, is that the words? I thought that was the words. Signs of the Mahdi. Looking at that. Welcome to my life. This episode's way more my life than usually is. I usually try to hide some things, at least somewhat. Wonder if this was bridging here before it got like shoved open in a way. Where's more linear. You stopped playing Marvel Rivals? I haven't played much. I think I've noticed that you hadn't been playing, but I haven't been playing either. They just came out with Emma Frost. I'm like, that's cool. I still haven't logged in yet, though. And then Ultron is the next character, I guess. Whoa. Back. It's like getting tight throughout the day. Just sitting around, and I had to like find a good position to sleep in hopes that it would kind of help alleviate it by not being stressed. Definitely helped. Coming back throughout the day though, like what the fuck? I did not expect it to be this bad when it first started out. I feel some pains. I would have probably not kept playing disc golf. I'm a dumbass. Yes, I am. Okay. Alright, I'll be back. I guess. Not the most productive episode. I don't even know if I should keep it, I guess. Maybe I'll watch some of it enough to see if it's... whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? Alright, I'll be back. Oh, shit. I'm back, dudes.
Oh, damn. Okay. Oof. What back? Not good. I was thinking though. Could switch over. To maybe that. Nope. Okay. So this shallogram is this shallogram. Maybe, let's see, window capture. Boom. Okay. So this one. Just to look at this picture real quick. It's got layers around the side. Like the way this boundary is repeated, but then the striations are going a different direction. And then they're going a similar direction over here, and then they're going left, right over here. And then these things are not going the same direction as these ones, so they're kind of different. They're not quite related to this because they seem to be going down and around the back side of this. And then there's this little thing over there. And then on the other side of the stone is this. So there's two ammonites. This thing here, I couldn't tell. I really tried. It seems to go to this thing over here, like through the stone, but it's not. Maybe if I put water through it. Some other curiosities with the striations here. Video to get an idea. So there is the other ammonite. Let's see. There it is. There it is. All right. Okay. So, so this one though made me think maybe it's worth bringing up. This other shallogram.
This one, it's got these striations that wrap around the stone. Clearly wrap around the stone. They even hug the stone and create belts around the stone, like the word Damodar Kund, belt tied around the belly of baby Krishna is what that means. Damodar. Damodar Kund is where shalograms are said to originate in Hinduism. A lake in the Himalayas, very near where they're from, scientifically considered from. But the lake itself is a shalogram, has ammonite features. The whole region is a shalogram. But the way these striations wrap around on that one really reminded me of this. I believe it's this one. No, it was the other one. This one. Where it's more clear. The other one just doesn't really have striations. It's not that they're not flowing this way, it's that there just are no striations visible. This one, we can more so see the surrounding currents that were present while this was being eroded into structures. We can see the eddy around it where it was going generally this way, and then generally turning to go down, and then down directly, turning, and then going sideways, and then back up, and turning low, further out. And I noticed this not really so much in the images, but in my inspection of the shalogram. I was like, oh, this thing has some details. Immediately I'm just like, okay, these look a lot like that other one. Like it's got, for example, right here, this is a good example. This shape, let's bring it up. This is the other shalogram now. Here. Let's see if I can find a better picture. Oh, what explanation? Hey, science. Oh my god, I can't wait for people to realize how epic this all is. Here we go. We can really see it here. So it's very reminiscent. So when I take this, put the microscope back, voila, very reminiscent. This one directly adjacent to an ammonite. This one directly adjacent to an ammonite. We'll get to that if you just saw what I'm probably referring to. Again, over here, kind of doing that. So it's doing this like quadranting. It's kind of smoothing surfaces up to boundaries and then taking a different angle, and kind of like a glacier might do. But like I guess I should use a toothpick. I think this This one's good. This looks like an older toothpick. I got some toothpicks out somewhere just for this that I hid away. And now I don't see them whatsoever because I probably poked weed with them. There were 3 of them. I don't see a single one except this one. That's so weird. Whatever. I think that. Let's see. I feel like I've used this one in the past. But the way the striations are here, they're going left to right. And then above, right about here, they are going at an angle that is the same angle as the other angles that it's parallel with above it and to the right, far right. But then it is adjacent to where the tip is. The angle the same as the bottom and to the left, which really goes up to exactly its like boundary here and through it. It clearly goes through it. Here, let's zoom in closer to see the throughness, because we can really see the angle upward pretty clear, but the throughness. Like, glaciers just can't do this. It's not glaciers. It's not river currents. That's the point here. That's why these striations are so incredible. Really, they look more like geological structures when I start thinking about it. Like the way there's these little cube sections to it all. Obviously, it's a rock, but you can see a circle and like black along the center at that crack. Like, it's not an accident. Crack is related. Some kind of cross current where other currents were being prevented from flowing, that then led to an eddy generally centered around here along the back of the angled upward pyramid looking structure that goes up and then to a point around the center. Now but then this is all just the boundary around the ammonite. So every time, like, here's the ammonite. It's going closer to the ammonite. It's going right to left here. But then as we get a little further away, it's angled a bit more. And then more right to left. Angled more right to left, I guess, kind of thing. Like interactions of different angles of flows that are more maybe like a star pattern around it, wavy in and out, that are then like linearly interacting with its surface, but are ultimately flowing in like a more of a star kind of way, where it's got like protrusions and then maximum points out where then it kind of reflects off some kind of resistance, like this bend right there, like actual bend rather than a curve, like an abrupt bend where it just bends. Down around the side of the stone, and then this portion runs into kind of like the shallogram things we were looking at initially, and across this feature, which is one of those openings This one's a little trickier to stably rest on the stand. It's an opening that doesn't seem, I don't see any outlet in there. Let's see if I can rest it like here. And then if I go like this, there's an opening. Right there is an opening. I guess it doesn't go to it. That opening is this one. Or this one. Like adjacent to the ammonite. Abruptly at this like overlaying material here. That's kind of like the matrix atop the core of the ammonite, where like the chakras are. It then has abruptly along its boundary here an eddy location that like drilled in, but it doesn't seem to directly go to this other one. Maybe I can get them both at once to get an idea of how similar. Definitely not exactly towards it. Seems if it is in any way visible in there, it'd be more that way. So let's say I take this laser beam and I attach it to a shark's head. I really don't want to look directly at it. Let's see if I'm like, if I'm in the hole, man. Yeah, not seeing it pass through, so it's probably relatively solid, like not many pores through the two holes. I thought maybe current might have flowed. But let's keep going, looking at the features, if I can stand it again. I don't know where I was. We definitely saw that edge. There, again with a shape like this image. Which happens more than just there on that stone. That's just maybe the best example. Best example I can recall. I don't even know if it is the best example. But we can see the current is turning. The striations are turning. Like I'm turning the stone and they're staying generally left to right. With an anomalous across like where the ammonite starts, because ammonites are generally formed from tangential currents interacting, so that one of them going across like to the point where there's actually a cross here rather than around. It kind of makes sense just in a glancing at that detail. see actually before I go away from it. If I turn this. We can really see like layers in the stone's material here. This is so geologically important. Oh my god. Like the striations on the top are really not that curious by themselves. But when there is like underneath, down in the ammonite, we're seeing kind of striations up in this area. It's a little harder to see. But then we see a flow from the right to left, right around here. Let me just take a picture. Since I can't use my camera right now. Here, going generally across here. And here, but this one, notice it bends and then goes up and kind of goes in and over. And then there's also one going up and over like this. Wow, there's all these layers of these little doop, etc. that then like clearly relate to the striations. And then again though, these have that same kind of thing between it, just less pronounced and compared to the larger ones. And then like relate to over here, effectively turning around this corner. So in here we see that too. I guess I can do like, oh no, it doesn't get bigger, that's right. So that there's layers of interactions at play. I feel like down here there's a lot more like up-downness to it all. With curvature though. Like wrapping around maybe like that more so, and like around this way. Kind of shapes to it maybe. I don't know, I'm just kind of adding some additional things besides just the striations, like that's in these little pixels that happen when the currents are doing like multiple directions. Little wannabe ammonite. Kind of creating a chakra with like little things towards the center that it like the ribs of the chakra, but they're way more linear and not like organized appropriately yet. But we can see again at the base, especially from the left, flowing into the far left of this thing, this curvature of the paths. That, where am I? Like around here, especially going across to there, and below it, like little rows, one after another, to then reach like the next stage, and then another thing, but with like rows almost like snake skin. That then turn in and towards this, like it's going right, and then it goes up and in, And it's going more right at the base here. And it's going more up and in with like direct over here. We can kind of see like up as well as what looks to be even angled back left this way. So all sorts of like patterns in the stone's material in this erosion thing, but like way too related to the striations to make any damn sense for modern science, dudes. Hey, modern science, you're still in need of accounting for some data. We could say same, but it's only truly the same if what I'm saying is not actually true, and what is true is some, some movie. I can almost see like the rows continuing adjacent on here in the middle. Like, where is it? These dark spots, like literally continuing as a row that then makes like a larger layer overall, a part of the grid, but it's just gone. And so instead, it abruptly ends with these little dark spots on each of the rows, one after another. Like where it disconnected from that portion. But in each row, like how incredible. Okay, then we keep going around the shallogram. Let's try to do that. Keep on going around and around, and the striations continue to follow it. Continue to follow it. They literally wrap around as we turn this. They too are turning, and now they've turned. And now they're turning and turning and turning and turning and turning. And then we run back to where we began, where I said I'll mention that when I get back to there, where the striations are turning, but then above them, they're actually immediately going upward in these little quadrants that are like little protruding segments off of like volcanic eruptions almost. In some like angle of perception kind of thing, where they are more just like little triangles, and then they have like pyramids, and then they have a mass that's more of a blob, and in those blobs the striations change directions. I think that's kind of curious. They're all over here, totally left, right. There's none of those blobs, anything up here that maybe subtly shows it and doesn't exist because it was eroded away. Whereas over here, it's still there, and then it's back to like the mass around the ammonite, where then it flows all the way around again. So this is two shallograms I have that have really prominent striations, both of which have striations encircling the stone beyond reason. Only at this edge, by the way. Like, let's say that a glacier, someone's, glacier's doing it. Well, let's turn this stone over. Go back to the edge. There's the edge. Notice there's the main ammonite we're looking at there. the edge, and then what happens after that is no apparent striations. Like, in the same manner. We still see some layering for sure. Like, especially visible maybe right around here-ish. In terms of really small channels, rows of particles, if you will, that are all flowing and interacting, possibly flowing together, but flowing. Freaking thumb is itching. Like, what? Stop itching, thumb. It doesn't even make sense. Unless it's eczema. It's like I got a mosquito bite on my thumbnail or something. Like just above it. What the it's way too itchy. Doesn't even make sense. You know, you don't have to tell people everything. Fucking trivial shit. Erection shit. Oh my god, that story is too funny not to share it though. Like ultimately too funny not to share. A little in the moment, I would like to have laughed about it in the moment, but it was a little tough. Without them being like, look, you're going to prison. I'm like, oh shit. I hope that doesn't arouse me, I guess. It wouldn't. I'd be like, fuck. It wouldn't. Dag nabbit, I guess it might. I don't know. Depends on the setting. You go to prison, they fucking whip off, pull off a nurse outfit. Oh no. Okay, that's enough there, buddy. Shit. Interesting how the striations around it are very like clean, left to right, basically no anything else visible. But then below it, it seems to flow in from below, slash out like this way, and generally around it radially up to the striations, and then not really have that, but seems to be in the stone's material. Even looking further, I'm definitely seeing like the grains aligning very well. Like right dead center to the left of me. In like this area. This thing's a little friggin' unstably there. It's not the best shape for this. Actually, I was resting it on a piece of cardboard on top of this. It's a little sketchy though. We can see the grains here. Left to right, up until we run into the striations. which is where the ammonite is. This is the side we're just looking at with the ammonite. They even, instead of purely wrapping around, they even deviate into this space where the up down is. They go into this space, like here. They go into this region towards that exactly, like only in that region, only that far, and cut across what was otherwise going just left to right there, and like dip in there for momentarily, I guess, as we then continue across with relatively ramping, above. So they're going left to right. On the right side, they bend down into that thing as we go across, and it even leaves like elbows one after another at the bend as it bends down and it goes across. But then past the bend boundary, which is here, after that boundary, after the bend structure passes, we go back to the left to right, largely like right above the thing, and it seems to have a generally circular feature above that line. But then we keep going, and then again it goes down, specifically maybe to that region. Like it was able to flow in at this region that's more eroded at the center here, and all the lighter color material was like erosional, produced as a product of a current that offshot from this main current, just like this one, just like the elbow into here. Another current just kind of ran into resistance, dipped down, and eroded over here, and left its trail behind. While the bulk current continued, maybe the dip down resistance relating to this feature, where we really see the striations like die off and more of an up down element going on right adjacent to it, really driving home this is the case, honestly. And then as soon as we pass it, that feature, there's another up downish type of bend, and then we run into all that like more complex patterns we were looking at. But then ultimately down here is no more striations, so we have to go around the stone, and then so the ones we're following this way go to no striations, and we have to basically turn it, and then they continue this way, where they only go so far. Like in terms of downward into the stone, they only go about that far there, about there. And then after that, it's all subtler striations that are more like the grain themselves and the flows in the stone that are very much more than just some happenstance of glacier erosion or river erosion. Looks like no more real striations in there though. Almost like it's seeing more the internal structure of flows. And then adjacent to that is this other ammonite. So if we look around this one, the thing with this one is it doesn't really have striations very much. these striations here are the ones that went around the ammonite we were just looking at, so they kind of relate. And as we go, this is real fascinating. Right here. So changing this image, I guess. Now we're looking at this side. Actually, I believe right at the bottom. Just like, okay. But the striations around the other one that were wrapping around it, basically a 90-degree relative to this ammonite. Thereabouts. Those striations are also visible relative to this ammonite, so the currents were interacting, feeding both. It seems like this was bending in here, like changing direction abruptly. I don't know exactly, but like there's a much more of an up-down kind of thing here. We do see this going across of interest. Still no striations particularly, and then here we go. These ones are like a boundary of the ammonite almost. Currents going that way, so like holding it, but then probably wrapping around it too to like hold it. Not just like hold it, but hold it kind of thing. As this other eddy happens. That's my guess. Let's see. It looks like it's going more across it there. Or maybe that's just going into this little divot of like secondary recessive ammonites. But it's generally going left to right. Here we see again at the center again one of these things here. The way it has like a node at the center. It's kind of circular. The right side of the circle is hard to see. The left side is the darker side. The right side is more like the light line. That I'm at least picturing when I'm talking about this little like circular region where going to about here and around here, and then having like spokes off of it that are going various directions in the midst of the striations. But we do see wrapping around generally at the top and going left to right around it. Let's kind of follow it closer in real quick, I guess. Some other towards it, more towards it. We can. That's interesting the way that flows right there from like the bottom and around, wrapping around in the grains for sure. You can really see the grains going like up and down here, possibly with some kind of back around the circle thing ultimately happening. Oh Lord, pardon me.
me get back to the main ammonite there that we were looking at. So really not many striations in this area in terms of that variety. Except for when we get closer to the other one. And then again, no. I think we're back to where I started going around this one right there, yep. So my thought is that the bottom one had an eddy around it that made it more the dominant eddy, so the recessive ammonite wasn't eroded quite the same, to have the striations like around it that way. Also, this is one of these erosion tube type things where it's got like the baculite, belemnite, long eroded with a protrusion on the left that pushes into the structure, so it's not circular, it just has like an indent. And then layers in there that we can still see. But what's really cool is it also kind of was making a nucleus, because it's essentially this is how ammonites actually form. It's by a current inflow that has an eddy shape to it that drills into the matrix material, resisting the flow, and then gets shaped by it, the matrix material, due to the conditions it is experiencing, where in this case it kind of made like a nucleus with a bunch of little dots on two sides of the center of the nucleus along the general center where the current came in. I thought that was pretty cool. I assume that was viewable enough for anyone, at least who is following me. Maybe not for people who are like, what in the fuck is this dude talking about? He's harder to listen to than Douglas Murray. And that shit made me want to gouge my eyes out. Oh man, was that fucking tough. Yeah, so pretty sweet. I mean, there's lots of details I didn't really look at. More of the generic standard details I've seen, like the ammonite. Yeah, it's an ammonite, okay. Whoa. That's not what I really expected to see there. Wow. Seeing it from that angle. Hello there, Parallel Cracks. How are you? Seems to go up to that one. Odd. Odd. Oh my. It almost looks like reverse what it actually is. The dark spots are definitely protrusions, but they almost look like little void spots. I mean, they're probably where current is flowing, which is why they're protrusions in general. Like relative to another current, where they're on opposite sides of the shell structure. But then, like, squeeze that structure between them, and because it's getting focused through certain channels that become these dendritic structures, they tend to blow their top, so to speak. Could just be broken by circumstance for sure. In that case, it's pretty possible. Not too important, I guess. Whoa. Almost looks like it's holding a shallogram in its grasp as it erodes out and becomes a shallogram, but it's a larger process that it feeds it from things like this. I think I'm gonna go rather than going on forever. It's 4.5 hours. Ugh, my back just moving. Oh, it's so tight. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. Hope it was enjoyable. Good to see you, John. Hope the guns
burns well. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. God, I can't. I'm so bad at life.